Good morning. My name is Councillor Stephen Holliday, and I'm the chair of the Audit Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'll call meeting 9 of the Audit Committee to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connected to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays or technical issues. We currently have one registered public speaker. The clerk's staff have connected all registered public speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of public speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Audit Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The clerk has provided all agenda materials via the CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will be available to help members with their devices and any technical issues that may arise. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I'll ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or to speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at audit, AUDITCTTE, so that's AUDITCTTE at toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I would encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and I can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last committee meeting on February 16th, 2021. May I have a motion? Councillor Nunziata? All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Let's proceed with the agenda review. We have 21 items on the agenda. And members, I'll just make note that for technical reasons, my screen is very small. So I'll just ask for your patience in trying to get my attention here on any of the particular items. The first item is AU 9.1, the 2020 Audited Financial Statements, Consolidated City Sinking Funds, and Consolidated Trust Funds. There is a presentation on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is AU 9.2, the City of Toronto Audit Findings Report for the year ended December 31st, 2020. There is a presentation on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is AU 9.3, Obligatory Reserve Funds, Deferred Revenues, and Reserves and Council-Directed Reserve Funds Accumulated Surplus as at December 31st, 2020. There's a report from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? If so, please raise your hand or let me know. May I ask a member to move the recommendation or in the staff report? Councillor Nunziata moves the recommendation, the staff report. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. The next item is AU 9.4, Financial Statements for the year ended December 31st, 2020. Agencies. There is a recommendation on this item for City Council to receive the 2020 financial statements and related documents for 9 City of Toronto agencies for the year ended December 31st, 2020 for information. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, may I have a member move the recommendations on this item? Councillor Nunziata, and if I will, I'll just ask Madam Clerk if there are multiples or if this is a single motion. We just do this as a package.
Mr. Chair, a single motion is fine because it is one recommendation to receive all the financial statements and related documents.
Great. So Councillor Nunziata has indicated that she's moving that. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. The next item is AU 9.5, status of financial statement audits of the city's agencies and corporations for the year ended December 31st, 2020. There is a report from Madam Auditor with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? I see none. May I ask for a mover? Councillor Nunziata moves the item. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. The next item is AU 9.6, Auditor General Status Report on Outstanding Recommendations. There is a report from Madam Auditor General with a recommendation. There's also a confidential attachment on this item. Would anyone like to hold this item?
Hold, Councillor Filion.
Thank you, Councillor Filion. May I ask for the benefit of staff, because there are multiple departments, are there any particular items that would be helpful for staff to ensure that they have people on to make that matter efficient?
What I'm thinking I would likely do, Mr. Chair, is to pick out a few and ask that they come back and we focus on them at the next meeting, just because of the size of the agenda and the time limitations. I don't know that it will work otherwise.
Understood. So we'll hold that item down. I thank you for that, and we will get to that in turn. The next item is AU 9.7, Outstanding Cybersecurity Recommendations from Auditor General Reports, Chief Information Security Officer Status. There's a report from the Interim Chief Information Security Officer with a recommendation. There's also a confidential attachment on this item. Would anyone like to hold this item?
I'll hold it if no one else is.
Thank you, Councillor Filion. The next item is AU 9.8, getting to the root of the issues, 90-day action plan update and performance of urban forestry contractors and city crews. There is a report from the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? I do not see anyone. Would anyone like to move the item? Councillor Nunziata moves the item. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. The next item is AU 9.9, getting to the root of the issues, park vehicle performance improvements. There's a report from the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold the item? Seeing none, would anyone like to move the item?
Are you on, Mr. Chair, are you on 9 or 10 at the moment?
This is number 9, and this is the park vehicle performance improvements.
Right. No, thank you. I don't need to hold that.
You're okay with that? So Councillor Nunziata has moved the motion. The staff recommendations, pardon me. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. The next item is 9.10, which is oversight of tree maintenance service contracts. There's a report from the City Manager, the Chief Procurement Officer, and the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item?
I'd like to hold that one, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filion. The next item is AU 9.11, Winter Road Maintenance Program Phase 2 Analysis, Deploying Resources. There are public and closed session presentations on this item, so I will hold it down. There are also 3 confidential attachments on this item. Madam Auditor General will present the public session presentation. The next item is AU 9.12, Toronto Police Service Information Technology IT Infrastructure Cybersecurity Assessment Phase 1. There's a report from Madam Auditor General with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? I do not see anyone. May I have someone move this item, please? Councillor Nunziata moves the item. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. The next item is AU 9.13. City needs to improve software license subscription tracking, utilization, and compliance. There's a report from Madam Auditor General with recommendations. There is also a confidential attachment on this item. Would anyone like to hold this item?
Hold, Councillor Fillion.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. The next item is AU 9.14, Challenges in Contract Management, Auditor General's review of the Corporate Real Estate Management Division. There's a report from Madam Auditor General with recommendations. In addition, there is a supplementary report from the Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Management. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendations?
Mr. Chair, sorry, this is Julie from City Clerks. I just want to bring to your attention that on item AU 9.14, as there was a recommendation, the supplementary report, we just need a motion to move that recommendation, and I'll just have my colleague Margaret just display that motion on the screen.
Thank you. I didn't see a volunteer, so I will take charge of both the head report and the movement of the supplementary report. So please go ahead, Margaret. I'm happy to be the mover of that motion. And Madam Clerk, just so you know, my screen doesn't indicate that. So if you can prompt me if that's up there.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're just having a minor technical issue. It should be on the screen momentarily. If you'll just give us a quick minute.
No trouble at all. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we're having a bit of a technical issue. Is it possible to hold this item down and then we might be able to get back to it at the end of the rundown? Apologies for that. This happens during meetings, so we'll carry on. We've still got a few items to go. The next item is AU 9.14, Challenges in Contract Management, Auditor General's review of, pardon me. Now I've made the error. We'll just go over to number 15. Just bear with me for a second. The next item is AU 9.15, Investigation into Allegations of Reprisal, Insufficient Evidence to Support Reprisal. There is a registered public speaker on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is AU 9.16, Response to City Council's request for an audit of affordable replacement units. There's a report from Madam Auditor General with recommendations. Would anyone like to hold this item down? Councillor Matlow, I see your hand. Thank you very much. We'll hold that in your name. The next item is AU 9.17, Results of Agreed Upon Procedures to Assess Controls over Pay and Display Credit Card Revenues. There's a letter from the Board of Directors of Toronto Parking Authority with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item?
I'd like to hold it for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. We'll hold that item in your name. The next item is AU 9.18, Timing of External Peer Review of the Auditor General's Office. There's a report from Madam Auditor General with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, may I have a member move Madam Auditor General's recommendations? Councillor Ford moves the Auditor General's recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. The next item is AU 9.19, Community Centers 2020 Audited Financial Statements. There's a report from Madam Auditor General with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, may I have a member move the item? Councillor Nunziata moves the recommendation in Madam Auditor General's report. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. IU 9.20, Arenas 2019 Audited Financial Statements, report number 3, and status 2020 Audited Financial Statements. There's a report from Madam Auditor General with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adopt the recommendations of Madam Auditor? Councillor Ford moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. The last item is AU 9.21, Business Improvement Areas, BIAs, 2019 and 2020 Audited Financial Statements. There is a report from the Controller and the Interim General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion from a member to adopt the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Matlow. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. We'll just pause for a moment just to check to see if we've ironed out the technical issues displaying the motion for number 14.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Apologies for that. My colleague Margaret does have access right now, and we will display the motion on the screen for item AU 9.14. And as I mentioned, this is the recommendation that was in the supplementary report from the Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Management.
Great. So I will move that motion that City Council receive the report for information. All those in favor of the supplementary report? Any opposed? That is carried. And then on the item itself, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay. So we go back to the top of the list. Back to AU 9.1. Which is the 2020 Audited Financial Statements, Consolidated City Sinking Funds, and Consolidated Trust Funds. We have a presentation. If you bear with me for a second, I will check who's making that, but I believe that is from Finance and Treasury Services. So I think that that is Heather Taylor. Welcome.
Good morning. Sorry, it's Heather. I just wanted to introduce Sandra Palafreddy. She'll be making the presentation today.
Thank you, Heather. And because I'm fiddling with my papers, I wasn't able to find, so welcome, Sandra. Thank you for joining us. Please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Holliday and members of Audit Committee for the opportunity to present this morning. With me today, I have Dury Lee, who is the Manager of Analysis and Financial Reporting, and she and I will be presenting together. Our presentation this morning is focused on the city's consolidated financial statements, which incorporate the city's sinking fund balances along with the financial position and results of operations of 117 entities controlled by the city. Preparation of the city's consolidated financial statements is the responsibility of management. The statements reflect financial transactions and year-end balances that represent management's decisions through the fiscal year, and are presented in accordance with public sector accounting standards, which enhance comparability and consistency of recognition and measurement of assets, obligations, and financial performance between public sector entities. As a result, there are differences between how the city presents its budget and variance and the presentation of the consolidated financial statement. The city's 2020 consolidated financial statement auditors, KPMG, will be issuing an unqualified opinion on the city's 2020 consolidated financial statement. And you will be hearing from partner Kevin Travers and Senior Manager Maria Kushnud later this morning. So fiscal 2020 was unprecedented. Since March of 2020, the consolidated city experienced significant revenue losses along with increased expenditures as a direct result of the COVID-19 pandemic. but collaborated like never before to manage its finances and keep staff and the community safe. Support from senior levels of government allowed the city to recognize $1.077 billion in COVID-19 revenues in direct response to COVID-19 impacts. Cost savings of $559 million were achieved through various spending and workforce restraints. This amount represents expenses that were not incurred and therefore are not reflected in the financial statement. In addition, through one-time council-approved contributions, the city's accumulated surplus balance includes a $705 million tax stabilization reserve balance. To be used to offset COVID where Toronto maintained its reported credit rating. Sound governance, prudent fiscal planning, and debt affordability continues to contribute to the stable score. So Dury will now provide you with some further insights into the city's financial position and performance in 2020.
Thank you, Sandra. We'll first walk you through the city's statement of financial position or balance sheet. That includes our assets, which represent resources that we own, and liabilities, which represent obligations that we owe to others. Now, in 2020, our balance sheet remained largely the same. We continued to make investments in tangible capital assets to support service delivery, as well as issued long-term debt to finance these capital expenditures. In addition, our organization emphasized conservatism in our financial management strategies in order to increase our ability to respond to financial pressures caused by COVID-19. We increased our tax stabilization reserve by an additional $615 million, as noted on our earlier slide, to arrive at an ending tax stabilization reserve balance of $705 million. TCAs represent one of the largest assets that we own. We use these resources to ultimately provide services, support sustainability efforts, and mitigate risks that may arise due to climate change. In order to finance these large capital investments, the city has been using long-term debt as one of the major funding sources. For instance, when you look at the past 5 years, close to a third of our annual capital expenditures have been financed using debt. We also consider the proportion of revenues that are used to finance debt servicing costs, as well as overall sinking fund balances. Based on current debt levels, we observe that close to 6% of total revenues finance interest and principal repayments, and we have close to $2.2 billion in sinking funds to finance future debt repayments. External entities, such as credit rating agencies, consider the proportion of the city's total debt balance in comparison to its operating revenues when they are assessing our credit rating. This metric really ranges from 0% when an entity takes no loan to over 200% when debt is maximized as a funding source. Now, in 2020, the total debt represented approximately 50% of our operating revenues, which remained on the lower end of the range used by our credit rating agencies. In addition to our TCA and debt levels, there are other financial indicators you can consider. As measures of financial resiliency, we consider changes to the following 4 indicators. 1, financial assets as a percentage of liabilities. This measure evaluates whether an entity has sufficient assets on hand to settle its existing obligations. On an overall basis, it's considered to be favorable when entities report having a higher proportion of assets in comparison to their liabilities. In 2020, the total proportion improved relative to 2019's metric. 2, average annual growth rate of net debt. The net debt balance is unique to public sector financial statements, and it can be determined by deducting liabilities from our financial assets balance. When there are more liabilities than there are assets, we report as having a net debt position, which indicates that the city may need to leverage future revenues to settle existing obligations. Although the average annual growth rate of net debt is continuing to decrease on an annual basis, the measure should continue to be monitored to support future financing decisions. 3, net book value of tangible capital assets as a percentage of cost. This measure considers whether the city is making capital investments to support service delivery, and it is showing a positive trend. And lastly, uncommitted reserves to expenses. This measure allows us to determine the proportion of reserves which are contained in our city's accumulated surplus balance that are available to settle the city's expenses. This ratio will fluctuate depending on annual reserve contribution and withdrawal activities. In 2020, as we discussed in earlier slides, this ratio is higher than in previous years due to the accumulation of amounts in our tax stabilization reserve to allow the city to better respond to COVID-19 in 2021. So starting from 2020, the city, like many other cities in Canada and around the world, has been encountering significant financial pressure. In comparison to fiscal 2019, the city actually recognized $376 million less in revenues, which you see on the left-hand side of the screen. And this does include the $1 billion of additional COVID-19 funding that we received from the provincial and federal government as part of the Safe Restart program for both municipal operations and transit services, social services relief funding for shelters, and public health. In order to maximize the amount of funding we had for essential services and programs, we knew we had to approach 2020's operations differently than we had in the past. The second set of graphs that you see on the right-hand side of the screen really shows you, had the city not received any COVID-19 funding or implemented cost reduction and avoidance strategies, our year would have actually ended in an overall accounting deficit position. However, the city was able to collaborate with its municipal counterparts and senior levels of government to secure access to new subsidies, as well as put into place various strategies, including workforce restraint, which resulted in the reduction of more than $500 million of our total expenditures. So the final second chart that you see on the right-hand side of the screen shows that we were able to avoid the accounting deficit through the combination of these activities. Sandra will now walk you through some of the changes to our public sector accounting standards that will be impacting the city's financial statements in future fiscal periods.
Thanks, Dury. The city's financial statements are impacted by both changes in operations as well as new or amended accounting standards. So in 2021, the city will be consolidating the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, which is a new controlled entity established by council earlier this year. That entity will be part of the city's consolidated financial statements in 2021. In addition, the Public Sector Accounting Board, which serves the public interest by establishing reporting standards for public sector entities, continues to align Canadian public sector accounting standards with those of the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. As a result, a number of new standards will be implemented in the city's processes and consolidated financial statements over the next few years. One of the most significant for the city is the Asset Retirement Obligation Standard, which requires the recognition of retirement costs associated with tangible capital assets, for example, asbestos removal, upfront, potentially resulting in higher tangible capital asset and liability balances. Another example is the financial instruments, which contains a number of standards that introduce an additional financial statement called the Statement of Remeasurement Gains and Losses. This additional statement is intended to enhance information about how the city's investments are performing. So implementation of these and a number of other standards will impact fiscal years to December 31st, 2024, and may have a material impact on the city's financial position and results of operation. Fiscal 2021 will continue to be a challenging year for the city, but vaccination efforts are ongoing and attention is shifting to focus and recovery. Revenue losses and cost increases as a result of the unexpected third wave and mass immunization efforts continue to impact 2021 financial performance. However, revenue recognition from senior levels of government, such as subsidies received or to be received as part of phases 2 and 3 of the Safe Restart program, along with continuing expenditure management, is expected to mitigate the impact on the city's 2021 results. Beginning in the fall of 2021, the Financial System Transformation Project, which is one of the pillars of the city's financial sustainability program, will kick off with business process redesign and configuration of a new financial system that will serve as the one authoritative source for management and financial reporting information. And finally, City Council's declaration of a climate emergency in 2019 committed the city to accelerated climate action that includes adopting a stronger emissions reduction target. Climate change poses physical risks to city infrastructure, along with impacting service delivery and community health and well-being. The city's implementation of the recommendations made by the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD, is progressing with consistent and transparent disclosures about the city's governance, strategies, risk management, and metrics and targets, incorporated right into our annual financial report, which tells the readers of our financial information how the city manages its climate change risks and opportunities. The City of Toronto certainly has a story to tell in the 2020 annual financial report. Through collaborative partnerships, both across our organization and with our municipal and regional partners, and with the support of senior levels of government, the city continued to serve our community through these unprecedented times. Our annual financial report contains more than the city's financial statements. It tells the city's story through management disclosure and analysis of our financial performance and results, climate risk and opportunity disclosures through TCFD, and detailed statistical information. We encourage you to read the full report, which will be published following approval of the city's audited financial statements. Before we end, I'd like to thank city staff, particularly the accounting services team, for their hard work and diligence in preparing the city's consolidated financial statements, supporting the external audit, and developing the annual financial report. I'd also like to thank the KPMG team. The first year with a new auditor can be challenging. Maria and her team worked collaboratively with accounting services and finance staff across the organization to ensure a smooth transition. Jury and I appreciate the opportunity to present today. We're happy to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calafretti. Thank you, Ms. Lee. I would like to turn to the committee and ask if there are any questions. And I'll ask you to bear with me for a moment as I get the screen up so I can see. Are there any questions from members of the committee? I'm going to ask a couple of very quick ones. I asked the clerk to run my timer. The first was this year, and we've seen it through other financial reports, there seems to be a very, very strong emphasis on COVID-19 costs. That makes a lot of sense, right? We've gone through, an unprecedented scale of emergency. Did the city learn about how to track these costs? Because the importance of our relationship with other governments hinges partly on our sophistication of our accounting systems, so that we understand when issues cross us that are bigger than the city and we have to work with other governments, we can really get down to the detail about the costs that we incurred because of the technology. And I wondered if you could offer comments on that.
Yes, absolutely. And I guess I will also ask Andrew Flynn, the controller, to add to my comments. So the one thing that we certainly noticed, through COVID-19, through the 2020 experience, but also in generally speaking in terms of financial reporting, is that we do have a number of systems across the organization that contain financial information, and that financial information feeds into our one SAP system, but at different levels of detail, which makes overall management reporting as well as financial reporting somewhat challenging. So it's extremely important. Certainly, we in accounting services feel it's extremely important that, with the financial system transformation project, as we move forward with, business process redesign and looking at the way we gather the information in one authoritative source, we'll be able to provide more timely management information as well as mitigate some of the challenges that we have putting together the financial statement. Andrew, I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, so thank you, Sandra, for that. Mr. Chair, the requirement to track COVID expenses was known very early on in the process. So management put in place specific cost centers and specific functional elements to ensure that we are able to do that on a regular basis. Accounting Services and Financial Planning Division also implemented a process very early on to be able to accurately track and manage the expenses that we were incurring throughout the process. Sandra's point is very valid about financial systems transformation project will enable us in the future to be able to do this in a more automated, normal kind of process as opposed to the kind of extraordinary efforts that were required in the particular year in 2020.
Okay, I guess my wrap-up question, which I guess you kind of answered there, was if we needed to do this for another purpose, are you confident that you've learned and put in some processes, or maybe just leverage ones that you had, and I guess we'll get better at it as the technology evolves to do this type of accounting for other matters? Sandra mentioned, climate change. That's a great example of something that's going to touch, probably every part of the city, and it would be important for us to understand how and what that costs us.
That's correct. You're absolutely correct, Mr. Chair. That's an underlying assumption and premise in the financial systems transformation project, that we need to be able to have our accounting do that, not only in an accurate way, but in a timely way.
Thank you. I didn't have any further questions. I'll just check with other members if anything has come up. Seeing none, may I have someone move the three recommendations? Would anyone like to speak on the item? Seeing none, may I have someone move the three recommendations contained in the staff report? Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that item is carried. Okay. We will go to AU 9.2, the City of Toronto Audit Findings Report for the year ended December 31st, 2020. We do have a presentation, and I will welcome Kevin Travers, Lead Audit Engagement Partner from KPMG LLP, and Maria Kushnud, Audit Senior Manager and Project Manager from KPMG LLP. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, Deputy Mayor Holliday and members of the Audit Committee. I understand that our findings report is going to be shared by a member of clerks. I believe that's Margaret is going to do this for us. That's great. Thank you, Margaret. So as Sandra had pointed out, this is KPMG's first year as the external auditors for the City of Toronto, and we're delighted to be with you this morning to present our findings. We certainly do not intend to hit everything within this document, but rather just comment upon what we consider to be the highlights. If we could go to the executive summary first, please, Margaret. So I believe that's page 5 of this document. There we go. Thank you. So the key items to take away from this slide and where we are is, in fact, the audit is complete at this point in time. The only items that are outstanding include really us completing our conversations with this committee this morning, understanding that the consolidated financial statements have been approved by council. At that point, we obtain a signed representation letter from management, and at that point, we will issue our signed and unqualified audit opinion on the consolidated financial statements of the City of Toronto for the year ended December 31st, 2020. We did identify some audit differences during the course of performing the audit. There were items that were not adjusted for in the financial statements, but they've been considered to be immaterial to the financial statements as a whole by management, and we concur with that assessment. And we'll speak to these items during our presentation this morning. If we could go to the next page, please. With respect to internal control observations, we have noted some areas where we believe there are opportunities for improvement. We're currently in the process of providing these observations to management to allow for them to properly vet the comments and also respond to them. We would expect that this communication related to these observations would come back to this committee at a later date. We could go to the next slide, please. So what's new in 2020? Well, really, this has been a year like no other. I think most people can agree. And really, the next couple of slides attempt to capture what's new from in 2020 from an audit perspective. But really, the most obvious and most significant item being the impact of COVID-19. And while this is the second year where the majority of the audit work has been performed remotely, 2020 was really the first year in which you see the impacts of COVID operationally from a financial reporting standpoint. And we've considered these impacts in assessing our risks throughout the performance of each of our audits. So not just the city, of course, but each of the agencies and commissions for which we've performed external audits as well. The impact of the pandemic did include, of course, us performing our work remotely and working collaboratively with management to share information using collaboration site and through a number of virtual meetings where necessary. And we do want to acknowledge and thank management from not only the city, but also from the various agencies and commissions for their assistance throughout the process. We're here reporting in early July. The audit work has been completed, so back to a similar type timeline as what you were used to in previous years. We were able to review because this is our first time as your auditor, we're required to review the work papers of the predecessor auditor, and we're also able to do that remotely. So that took place as well as appropriate. We can move forward a couple of slides, please. Thanks. There was a new audit standard that was required to be implemented in the current period, and it deals with the audit of significant estimates. Anytime that you're preparing a point-in-time financial reporting, management's required to make a number of estimates that range in complexity. The new standard requires that the auditor examine and document on a more granular basis the process that management follows in the determination of those estimates. And this standard has been implemented with no significant issues noted. We can move to the next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Maria.
Thanks, Kevin. So I'll start on page 9, where we've noted the details of key audit procedures we've performed over the consolidation of the city and its agencies, including the post-closing and elimination entries. Our approach was fully substantive due to the significantly manual consolidation process utilized by the city. As a result of these audit procedures, there were no material errors noted in the consolidated financial statements reported by the city. With that, if you could move it to page 10. On page 10, we discuss the presumed fraud risks that are required to be incorporated into our audit approach for all of our audits as per the Canadian auditing standards. These risks were not considered to be elevated in the case of the city. And as a result of our audit procedures, we did not note any issues that we would like to bring forward to the audit committee. If you could move it to page 11 now. On page 11, we talk about revenues. So we have a comprehensive approach for auditing the various revenue streams. For deferred revenue, we noted a reclassification adjustment of $14 million between accounts receivable and deferred revenue. This reclassification error was corrected by the city management, and it is reflected in the city's financial statements. As part of our audit of government transfers, we noted 2 errors related to revenue reported in fiscal 2019 that was corrected out of period in fiscal 2020. These errors pertain to fiscal 2019 reporting. However, based on our discussion with management and our assessment, these out-of-period errors were not considered significant and material to restate prior year's financial statements. We've provided more details about these specific uncorrected errors later on in our presentation. In addition to the existing streams of revenue, we also paid close attention to the funding related to Safe Restart program, which was new this year, and we did not note any errors or issues in this regard. With that, if you could skip over to page 13. So on page 13, we've summarized our key audit response and findings related to the tangible capital assets. As a result of our audit procedures, we noted that there was a delay in the transfer of completed assets out of assets under construction category into the completed TCA category. We worked with management to quantify this error. management estimated that about 393 million of TCA should be moved out of assets under construction category into the completed TCA category. This correction has been made by management and is reflected in the consolidated financial statements reported today to the Audit Committee. The impact of this error on amortization was not significant. With that, if we could move over to page 16 of the slide deck. So on page 16, we've noted the specific details in the dollar values of the uncorrected and correct differences that we discussed earlier in my presentation. And the corrected adjustments are also included in the management representation letter that was provided to management. With that, I'll pass it back to Kevin.
Thanks, Maria. The balance of the report contains our appendices, and really we'll take those as being read this morning. And at this point in time, Maria and I would be happy to respond to questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Maria. I'll ask the committee members if there are any questions of the presentation or of staff. Sorry, or of the KPMG. Seeing none, are there any members that wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, may I have a member move the recommendations? Councillor Ford moves the recommendations before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, on that item, there were no recommendations. It's simply a recommendation for the committee to receive the presentation for information. Madam Clerk, it would be just a move of receipt then, I guess. That's correct. Yes.
Would you like me to retake the vote?
If you wouldn't mind, just for clarity.
Of course. So for clarity, the motion from Councillor Ford is to receive the item. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. On to the next item. You just bear with me. Is AU 9.6 Auditor General Status Report on Outstanding Recommendations. That was held by Councillor Fillion. I do note there is a confidential attachment, so if questions are required in camera, we can set those aside. But Councillor Fillion, please go ahead with your questions.
Actually, Mr. Chair, just in the interest of time, I have a motion which I've sent to clerks. I think they are still reviewing it or working on it, which would just select 3 items and refer them to the next meeting for staff presentations and any further comments by the Auditor General.
Okay.
Just because there's so much here, we could spend the rest of the meeting on it, and I know there's several other pretty urgent items we need to spend time on.
Understood. So if we need a few minutes on those, I'm going to, with the consent of the committee, we'll just stand this item down and we'll come back to it. That will give us a chance to move on to AU 9.7, Outstanding Cybersecurity Recommendations from Auditor General Reports, Chief Information Security Officer. Also note that this contains confidential attachments. I'll also note that a supplementary report has just come out. And so I will look to guidance from the members of the committee if we wanted to wait, or if you had a chance to digest the supplementary report. I will take your advice on that, and there may just generally be questions on this, so we might be able to go into the questions if there are.
I have not seen the supplementary report, Mr. Chair. I missed that.
Yeah, I just received a note that it's just come out. So perhaps the best thing to do is to stand this item down for a few minutes and will give us a chance to come back to that. As long as I have consent of the committee, I'll do that. Bear with me to go back to my list. That brings us to AU 9.10, Oversight of Tree Maintenance Service Contracts. Councillor Fillion, you held that.
Just a question. I'm not even sure who the question is of. Perhaps the city manager, perhaps Mr. Patchuluk, perhaps JD Romoff. It's just a broad question. We don't need to go into all the examples we received of things that shouldn't have been happening or that weren't happening that should have been happening. I'm just looking, and I guess it's a question of the city manager for a level of confidence we could have that, and I'll just give two examples. So if we, that we have injected enough oversight and accountability so that if, for example, you had a city staff person signing off on work that hadn't even been started yet, or if you had an outside contractor who was pretending to do work when they weren't doing any work, that we would not then hear, oh, well, we didn't have enough accountability built into the system. We can't really, we don't have grounds to terminate that employee or to terminate that contract.
So if I can, through the chair, I think where you're going with this, Councillor, is, have we learned our lesson? And I think the short answer to that is yes, we have. So those excuses, if you will, in the past, I don't think will wash anymore, which is the assurance that you're looking for, and us in senior management are the same. If something like that were to happen, the matter of discipline is really what you're getting at. Would there be discipline? And of course, as you would expect, there would be. Now, whether or not it is to the level that we're able to defend in court as a result of how labor laws are, I mean, that remains to be seen. But, would there be some repercussion? I would expect. Of course, there would be. So hopefully that answers your question and is clear in terms of how we see it.
Yes, no, pretty clear. Thank you. I'm just wondering if in your opinion, we've done everything we can to build in accountability into the process to make it much easier for discipline to stand up legally.
Well, I believe so, but I mean, just to give you the further assurance, without getting into a lot of detail, as you've said, Mike, and I think Amma, if you're on the call, that wouldn't be bad for you to weigh in as well, and Janie, given the nature of this topic. So maybe we'll start with you, Janie, just in terms of, are you confident that we have enough personnel and Mike to oversee these works accordingly?
So thanks, Chris, and through the chair to Councillor Fillion. I think, to Chris's point, we have learned our lesson. We've moved forward with new contracts that have a lot more built into them from an accountability perspective to the vendors. So I think that is one piece that will certainly help us move forward. We've looked at different types of contracts as well, which are easier to track from an accountability perspective, just to the nature of the type of work that's being done. Those are all things that have now been built into the contract. We've also, in our case, gone to at Council's request, an external surveillance of these contracts, so that it's the final sort of accountability process that we can use when talking about compliance with various vendors. So those are the pieces that we have built in. And to Chris's point, when it comes to our own staff and the work that they're delivering, there's very clear procedures from a disciplinary perspective that are built into the collective agreement. And we follow those to the T, and Alma can likely speak to those more. But I believe we are starting from a stronger position as a result of the audit, for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Are there any other questions? I'm sorry, I missed that. Was there additional comment or answers to the question?
I think perhaps Amma was going to weigh in. And just to be clear, I understand that, we've put in a higher level of scrutiny to catch, for lack of a better term, to catch people who aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing or who are doing things they shouldn't be doing. My question more relates to, and then what? And have we built in enough to deal with that?
So through the chair, it's Alma. I was just going to add to that with respect to the employees who are implicated in these incidents. First of all, the changes that the work that Janie's team has done to tighten their processes also sets us up for better success with discipline. So that the clarity around procedures and expectations and performance of expectations are really important so that we can clearly see where employees have fallen short. And in every one of these cases where there's an indication of wrongdoing, there is a consultation with the labor relations team about what the appropriate discipline is and with legal. And our intention is really to ensure that people are held accountable for their behaviors, but also to deter further action in this respect. So I think we're all working together to ensure that things are tighter. So the process changes that they've made will help us be more successful in holding employees accountable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Are there questions from other members? I do not see any. Are there any members wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, may I have a member please move the motions or the recommendations, which is that the Audit Committee receive a report for information.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Moves that the Audit Committee receive the report for information. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay. I'm just going to do a check-in with the city clerk just to see if we are able to deal with item 9.6 or if we need to keep holding that. I know there was a motion in the works. And it's okay if we need to keep holding it, but we'll try to handle this in order.
Mr. Chair, if you can give us a few minutes just to work on that. We're working on the motion right now, and I'll provide you an update once it's been completed and approved by Councillor Fillion.
Of course. I believe we'll be going into camera on at least one item, if not more. So we do have a little bit of time, but we'll try to organize the in-public business together so that we can complete the in-camera portion towards the end. With that,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Matlow.
I just a small point of order. I just want to remind you, if you would be so kind. As you know, I'm not able to attend the meeting after lunch. If I could just remind you to find some point in the morning to deal with AU 9.16, I would be very grateful.
Okay, we do have a public speaker on 15, but if we can deal with that very efficiently, I will do my absolute best. And I see no reason why we can't deal with that with the consent of the committee, certainly before we go in camera.
Thank you.
Thank you. So AU 9.11 is the next item on the order paper. That is the Winter Road Maintenance Program. There is a confidential presentation on that. And I do believe we have a public session presentation on that as well. So is Madam Auditor prepared to do the public portion of that item right now?
I am. Yes, Chair, I am.
Okay, so we'll handle that next in order. So I'll just call out the item here. So we have AU 9.11 Winter Road Maintenance Program Phase 2 Analysis Deploying Resources. As I noted, there is a public presentation. We'll have a chance for public questions, and then we will have to finish the balance of this item in camera for that portion of it. But I see no reason why we cannot proceed through this piece of business right now. So, Madam Auditor, welcome to the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. I'm going to ask the clerk to handle these slides for me, please. When you have a long contract, it's really important at the end of the contract to take a look back to see what we did right and what the city has, can improve on. And so this is an opportune time to do that. And this analysis was welcomed by the winter maintenance DM and her team. And so they tried to take lessons learned and put it into the new contract process. There's three. First of all, I'd like to thank my team, Tara Anderson, Rachir Patel, and Saba Mohammed for assisting, and also the Winter Maintenance Division for their collaboration and cooperation in this piece of work. There's three portions to this report. We look at a cost-benefit analysis, we look at data, and then we look at some other opportunities for improvement. We're only going to present one portion publicly, which is the data at this point, and then the rest of the presentation will be public for the next meeting. So, Clerk, if you could go to the first slide, please. The second slide, please. Yeah, there you have an outline for the presentation, and we are in phase 2, and essentially this focus was on the cost-benefit analysis and the collecting of data, and we're presenting Section C. Next slide, please. As you know, this is a long-term, multi-million-dollar contract process. And so we try to look for the best value. We try to determine whether the city has done a good job at contracting out, or should the work be contracted in. We looked at that analysis. And so we had two objectives. One is to look at the contract services model. And the second was to see if there's improved opportunities for efficiency and cost effectiveness. Thank you. And next slide, please. So it's a critical time, and we just put the standards here to let you know the standards to which the Winter Maintenance Division works in relation to winter maintenance. The Transportation Division works in relation to winter maintenance. These are 7 to 10 year contracts. They're hundreds of millions of dollars. About $100 million a year is budgeted annually. And we look at the standards to see if they're going to be meeting the standards. Next slide, please. This is simply to highlight that there's a lot of cost dedicated to standby, and that was the focus of our analysis. Next slide, please. So this is the section that's presented publicly that I think is important to focus on. It's really important to not only have good data, but to use good data to help to make management decisions as the contracts are being set up and as they proceed. And, some of the information that we have found with the data was we could identify the average trip, we could identify the operating rates, we could look at deployment patterns, we could look at how vehicles were utilized, which type of vehicles, salting versus local road vehicles. And it was really helpful if somebody wanted to hold contractors to account if you have really great, consistent, and accurate data. Next slide, please. But what we found was that the data quality was poor. The division was not using the data to the degree it needed to, in my view, to keep up with certain operational decisions. I thought they did a good job, but they really needed to use the data well. We invested a lot of time to what I call clean up the data to make it usable. So we took 5 years of data, and what we wanted to see was it broken down by vehicle, broken down by route, broken down by contractor, broken down by which vehicles were being used, which vehicles weren't being used, how many hours a day were they being used, when did they start, when did they stop. So that's the level of detail that you need to be able to start to make operational decisions on the ground as you're moving forward. So we took this data, we had to clean it up, and I just want to give you an example of some of the problems we saw. Next slide, please. So we found an inconsistent use. These are just some examples. One vehicle can have several IDs over each of the years. And so if you're trying to see what a vehicle did, it was hard to, you had to normalize all of that. And we went back and we set it up for each vehicle. And then there was inconsistent contract naming. We found that there was usage time being grouped for a week, maybe into one day. And so you couldn't see on a daily basis. And if you're going to manage with precision, it's important to have that information on a daily basis. And so we normalized that. we made sure we had on a daily basis, but it took work. And then looking at things like the usage patterns, we had difficulty there because there were some potential data entries. And so that's an example of some of the things we had to clean up. It's not everything. So what we did was we took the time to do that. Next slide, please. And we found we could provide recommendations to the GM and to this committee and to City Council related to contracts going forward. But we found as the division moves forward, its data quality needs to be improved and the operational data needs to be used. So I have found actually as we were doing our work, winter maintenance team, I'd say Vince and Carly and the team were starting to leverage the data. So it was good that we were doing it at this time, and it allowed them to start to see and you start to use that data for their winter maintenance. But they need to continue with the consistency going forward if they're going to make better operational decisions live on the ground. Next slide, please. That's the end of my presentation. I think that management has agreed to all the recommendations. I think they welcomed it, and they're leveraging some of the work that we did.
Thank you, Madam Auditor General. Just a reminder to the committee that there is a closed session portion of this. But at this time, I will ask the committee if there are questions on the public materials. Okay, I will need to, and we will incorporate it into our closed session, and then we'll have an open format at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Just bear with me here as I go back to my list. We will go to AU 9.13. City needs to improve software license subscription tracking, utilization, and compliance. Councillor Fillion, you held this item. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, I have quite a few questions of staff and of the Auditor General. If I stray into anything that is confidential, of course, please stop me. The first question, I'm not clear on whether it's public or private, but we were not, I understand we were not fulfilling our part of the contract in the way we were tracking things, and that resulted in some action which would have resulted in an amount owing. I have not seen that amount anywhere. Is that amount available? Like what was the amount that we might have been liable for?
That might be an in-camera item. I think legal services is on the line. That specific question may be an in-camera item.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And this was not the first time that this had happened. It had been identified previously in an audit, and I believe previously we had to make restitution in one way or another, and that was for a certain amount. Is that amount is public, right?
I believe that it is. I'll just wait for my team to confirm that. But it's a similar but slightly different issue. The first issue relates to there was no tracking, and the second issue relates to installing the tools to then start tracking. So, but the first one was what they call a true up, which is that the licenses weren't tracked sufficiently, and therefore there is a settlement to pay for the licenses that they thought weren't tracked sufficiently, and then a tool was supposed to be installed for the second piece.
Apologies, Madam Auditor General, if I can interrupt. I think that the actual details of that are also confidential. They're contained in the confidential attachment.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Then I'll go to, what I believe is public, again, stop me if it isn't. There was a settlement recently, or in, I guess, last year, that involved the purchase of additional licenses as a way of settling the matter. Is that's correct, and that is public?
There was a settlement, yes, and it was public. I believe in our report we identified that it was public. It was around June 2020.
Right. So and as part of that settlement,
and if I can interject again, the details of that are confidential. They're in the confidential attachment to the report.
Okay, so maybe all of my questions are in-camera questions, Mr. Chair. I was just
I agree.
trying not to.
Fillion.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll hold this item. Pardon me. I'll check with the other members first. But may I take it as an indication from you that you'd like to go into camera for questions?
Yes, thank you.
Canvass the other members. Are there any public questions on this particular item? As I squint to see my screen here, I don't see any. I'm going to ask one quick one. I believe it is general in nature, and I will ask that of Mr. Etta. I think you're on the call, sir.
Through the chair, yes, I am, Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Thank you. So my general question is just if you can tell the committee about where you are along the continuum with improving asset management with respect to hardware and software. And really, I guess my question is the concept. Do we have a concept where all assets would at least be tied to the person who's accountable in name? So, if it's the case of this particular one, these software assets would have a name of an individual that signs off on them at the end of the day. But, my computer mouse here could be another asset, or this keyboard over here. These could all be attributable to an individual. So somewhere within the great public service that we've got, there's always an accountable individual that has to answer for where that keyboard, where that mouse is, where that software license is. And if there's too many or too little, somebody is responsible for tracking that. Can you tell me where we are in the process of getting that all ironed out?
Yes, thank you very much. Through the chair and deputy mayor. So in terms of the process, it comes from what was highlighted in terms of service improvements. And I will start a little bit in terms of the centralization first of the inventory and ensuring that existing assets and software licenses are centralized in a repository. So that's the first component, ensuring that the licenses are there, and ensuring that tool of that repository then is linked to a specific what we call software or service owners, and that service owner then speaks to the ability to review and approve those acquiring the assets in terms of the licenses. They track the acquisition details. And that then goes in terms of to a managerial level, which then goes into a director level. So on some of the areas in terms of there, we are stringently looking in terms of reviewing that from a compliance, those activities are occurring. But the service owner is the one that is responsible for ensuring that those changes, and then the sign-off comes into a manager level, and then a director level. Those are the processes that we are stringently improving in terms of the leadership expectations within the division.
Date when you can say that you will be confident that this would be substantially completed, or is it already done?
It is there, but there is areas to be improved, and I can say that confidentially, certainly within 2022, because we've had some managerial and leadership changes in the division, I'm confident that by 2022 we will have a much more stringent ability to ensure that we review it from a very strong compliance standpoint.
So I guess the final question is, if something happens similar again, where there's been losing track of assets for any reason, in this case, it may be having to do with software licenses. Are you confident that we could, as the audit committee, ask the responsible person to come before us? Or I guess you could go before if you're the manager, but we would be able to say this is the name and position of the individual that was responsible for the custody of these items.
through the chair, I'm very confident that with the leadership changes that we have made, ultimately as the CTO, I'm ultimately accountable. But I'm very confident in my extended leadership team in terms of right to the director and management level that we could provide a name and that person would be accountable and the sign off on there. I'm very confident. I think there are three expectations I just want to lay out to the committee. There's certainly been changes at the managerial level to improve and ensure that this proper due diligence is occurring. We certainly needed to improve, and it's our accountability that that has not occurred. There is a culture adjustment. We're formally reiterating the accountabilities in process and procedures to our staff, so therefore we make those staff accountable. I think it links into some of the comments that Councillor Filion had raised in previous items in this committee. And then the process improvement. So once we have those policies and procedures, then if staff are not complying based on that direction, we have a policy and procedure working with labor relations that we can make those areas ultimately accountable. But to your question, I'm very confident of the leadership team we've assembled over the past a year and a bit that the accountabilities are a lot more very clear, and those people would be able to speak to this committee if required.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions before we stand this item down? I do not see any. Thank you. All right, we'll go to the next item, and I will remind Councillor Matlow I'm mindful of your concerns with time constraint. AU 9.15, investigation into allegations of reprisal, insufficient evidence to support reprisal. We do have a speaker registered for this item. You bear with me. We have Mr. Randy Simpson. And Madam Clerk, is Mr. Simpson connected? And if so, if I could turn the floor over to Mr. Simpson.
To the chair, the speaker is not connected to the WebEx session.
Okay. May I inquire with the Madam Clerk and clerk staff, did we lose connection for technical reasons, or did we not have Mr. Simpson join us from the outset?
To the chair, as far as I'm aware, the speaker never connected to the session.
Okay. With that in mind, seeing it's held, are there any questions of staff? I do not see any. Are there any members wishing to speak? I do not see any. All right. Would a member of the committee like to move the recommendations in the report of the Auditor General, which is that we would recommend that City Council receive the report for information? Councillor Nunziata moves the recommendations of the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item is carried. Okay, next item is AU 9.16, which is response to City Council's request for an audit of affordable replacement rental units. Councillor Matlow, you did hold the item for questions of staff. Please go ahead.
By the way, may I just confirm, do we have planning? Do we have Greg Lintern here?
Through the chair, no, you do not. But Councillor Matlow, both myself and Deanna Chorney are present.
All right. I have no doubt that you are very capable here. Question to you both in that case. The Auditor General's report essentially gives planning carriage of this responsibility. Are you confident? Do you believe that planning has the necessary skill set and bandwidth to be able to both ensure that those who are genuinely in need of affordable housing are the ones who are provided the replacement units, but moreover, to be able to look in the rearview mirror and audit whether or not the problems that we identified, whereas there were instances where various staff members of agencies, relatives, etc., were provided wrongly. provided units to assess whether or not that problem was more systemic, and if we've lost, hypothetically hundreds of units to the wrong people when we are in the midst of an affordable housing crisis.
Through the chair, thank you very much for that question, Councillor Matlow. I'm very confident right now in terms of being able to go back and do the review of historical rental housing replacement units and have they gone to the right individual. We actually have a person on staff right now whose sole responsibility at this point in time is doing that review. So it's our intention to be able to report out to Planning and Housing Committee in the 3rd/4th quarter on the results of that findings.
So your division is actively investigating, you're assessing who got what and if they were the right people to receive them?
Yes, correct. We're currently going through the records that we have to make that determination.
And when will that's wonderful to hear. When will we also understand the processes that you've implemented or are working on to ensure that there be transparency, accountability, and the assurance that the right people have access to the units rather than the wrong people?
So again, through the chair, we are working with our colleagues in the Housing Secretariat and SSHA to come up with a new approach where and we did do a report to committee on that, where we will have a seamless system that will provide, I'm going to call it a repository of where the units are and a process to ensure that it's a fair and equitable process. The timing of that report, I do not recall precisely, but it is later this year or the beginning of Q1 2022. But we are targeting Q4 of this year with our colleague divisions.
Okay, so you'll be both looking backwards and looking forwards in the same report coming to Planning and Housing Committee.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And just to reiterate, again, all I care about is results. And as I've expressed to the chair before, no matter who it is, as long as they have the ability to achieve those results, that's really all that matters. Do you believe that you have, and the staff person who's assigned this, do you have the bandwidth and the resources that you need to be able to be as effective as you hope to be? Is there anything that you need from us to support your efforts? And be candid.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I always try to be. At this point in time, I think we do, being very candid. If we are to lose a staff member to either leaving the city or going to another division, that will definitely have an impact on our ability to deliver within the timelines that I've indicated.
Okay, and I'll just conclude by saying that I asked that only because I got this sense that maybe some of you in planning division were a little bit busy with a number of things.
Through the chair, that would be an understatement, Councillor Matlow.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I would like to ask just the question of Madam Auditor General. This report is a little different than the usual ones we see in that it's a bit of a change in the immediate work plan. And it essentially has outlined a number of staff departments that are going to be looking at this issue of audit of affordable replacement rental units. I wondered if you could provide the committee your comment on it. I don't believe this report says that you're going to take your eyes off of it. I think the report says that you're just not going to come back in the immediate term with additional information to the committee. And have I understood that correctly?
Thank you, Chair. You have. It was absolutely on our radar and on our plan to commence work in this area. And then the motion came from City Council welcome that City Planning is taking the lead on that, and we're going to be reviewing their work. And if there's any slowdown, we'll be looking at that and actually reassessing when it comes to fall as we see their work moving in. So credit to the management for jumping on that and looking back and looking forward, but it will be reviewed by us. So it's absolutely on our radar. We understand the importance as you move in for more housing. We're definitely on it. Yeah. Thank you.
I take in earnest the Ms. Vumbakis's comments that, you know, that she's got the resources at this time, but I sense that this is an important issue to council. Do you believe there's a mechanism that if there is a problem with management being able to have the resources to do this, that there's a level of collaboration with the Auditor General's office that you would be aware of this, and in a constructive way, you could come before the committee and let us know that perhaps council's assistance in this is required in whatever format it is. And I do say that in a collaborative sense, not where the auditor is reporting on the performance of the program area. It's just the spirit of this particular report moves the work over to the program area. And so there must be maintaining a collaborative relationship through that process.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you. I didn't have any further questions. I'll just check one more time with the committee. I don't see any. Anyone wishing to speak on the item? Councillor Matlow.
I want to thank both the Auditor General and Carrie for your responses to our questions. It gave me a lot more confidence than I may have had going in, just because I recognize the importance of this work, and I also, as I sort of alluded to with Carrie, I know that our planning staff are just like many of our staff. I mean, just they will never get to the bottom of their to-do list these days. So to ask them to take on a real deep dive type of assignment is a lot to ask of them. But I really appreciate that Carrie has expressed her confidence that they will be able to do it successfully. To my colleagues, just to remind you that the reason that this is so important is that we discovered several weeks back that there was a certain agency that was the head of that agency was essentially providing opportunities for rental replacement units to family and friends, including employees and direct family members. And at a time where we are, as a city, province, country, struggling to figure out how to find new opportunities for affordable housing for people, and we all understand, like, this is one of the greatest challenges of our time. Just the idea that the policy that we have now could be abused is just unacceptable. And we clearly didn't have the infrastructure and the mechanisms and the processes in place to be able to ensure that the right people would gain access and the wrong people wouldn't. So, I frankly, at this point, am more interested in ensuring that we have the right process moving forward than assigning blame to those who didn't set it up in the past. That being said, though, where we have to look backwards for a moment is not so much about sort of saying, why didn't somebody do something at some point? But I just want to make sure, as I imagine all of us do, that there aren't a large number of units sitting there where with people living in them that shouldn't be there, when they could very easily afford a market unit somewhere else, when we have such a long queue of people in our city who are just desperately waiting for a place to live in the first place. So I look forward to reading the report from planning as soon as they're able to bring it forward. And I appreciate both the Auditor General and planning prioritizing this. And thank you. So I'm happy to move it.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Any other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, then I will ask for a vote. Councillor Matlow has moved the recommendations in the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, I'm going to check with Madam Clerk. We had stood down item AU 9.6, which is a broad report, Auditor General status report on outstanding recommendations. Although there is a confidential attachment, I believe we're dealing with public matters. Before we move to the next item, I will just check to see if we're ready on that. I believe we are finished the questions. And Councillor Phelan, you had indicated you had a motion and wish to speak.
Yes, thanks. And I think the motion is ready. I'll just ask the clerk to verify. Yes, okay, great. So this committee should probably be allocating more of its time to kind of overseeing the status of work that is supposed to be done, and where it's not being done, why not? So I at least want to sort of spot check, really. We could spend several days going through everything in this item, but I just sort of spot checked 3 that I thought kind of, I guess, perhaps were the either most urgent or easiest to get at, with the hope that perhaps some of the unfinished work will get accelerated and be done by the time of the November Audit Committee meeting, and that staff, whether it's with these 3 divisions or any other divisions, if they are not able to complete the work that they have agreed to do, that they have a very good reason for that. Because we see, we're seeing examples on today's agenda in several cases of previous recommendations that basically got ignored, or that lip service was paid to, and history keeps repeating itself. So, we really need to ensure that where staff have agreed with the recommendations and agreed to follow through on them, that they are in fact doing that. So I've just picked out 3 items and asked that they be brought back in November.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Are there any other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'll just ask the clerk for clarity for me, because it went up quickly. Was it a recommendation for City Council, or was it a recommendation of the committee to the Auditor General?
Mr. Chair, there were 2 parts to the motion. One was addressed to 3 staff members, and then the second part was addressed to the Auditor General, and it was the Audit Committee specifically providing direction.
Okay, so just you will guide me through the mechanics of the votes, but I believe we have to vote on the motions placed before us by Councillor Fillion. I'll ask all of those in favor. Any opposed? Those are carried. And then the item itself has a recommendation from the committee to City Council. And if the clerk can just confirm that that is the correct vote to call, I will call a vote on that particular item.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So that would be to adopt the item as amended.
Adopting the item as amended. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item is carried. I thank everyone for their patience in putting that particular item together. Okay. So there was one more piece before we go into camera. Just bear with me for a second as I go through my list. There is still a public item, so we'll go to that. AU 9.17, which is the results of agreed upon procedures to assess controls over pay and display credit card revenues. Councillor Fillion, you had held that item. Do you have questions of staff?
Just a question of the clerk, actually. This would be going to council, right? This item? I think I can't hear the clerk. I don't know if...
Yeah, we'll just give Madam Clerk just a moment to check the recs.
Apologies for that, Councillor Fillion and Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm that the recommendation in this report is for City Council to receive the item for information, and so it will be considered by City Council during their meeting next week.
Thank you. So I think I may have to have an offline conversation or two, and probably I'll just let it go today. And if there is anything that I want to say or move, I would do it at council.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. With that, is there a member of the committee that wishes to move the recommendations, which is that City Council receive the item for information? Seeing none, I will take carriage of that. I'll put that before the committee. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, just back to the item list. I will note that we have items 9.7, 9.11, and 9.13. 9.11 does have a closed session presentation, and 9.13, Councillor Fillion has indicated a request to go in camera. However, 9.6 did have a supplementary report which was added. I've had a chance to take a quick look at that through our deliberations. So at this point, I would ask if anyone have any public questions on this particular item. I don't see any. Does anyone have any in-camera questions on this particular item?
I think I would like an in-camera overview by the Auditor General, Mr. Chair, and probably some questions followed with that.
That's fine. Okay, so we are down to the three items: 9.7, outstanding cybersecurity recommendations, 9.11, winter road maintenance program, and 9.13, city needs to improve software license subscription tracking. So I'm just going to confirm that those are the items, and if you bear with me for a second to get my scripts in order and the motions in order, we will go into closed session. Okay, Madam Clerk. I am prepared to go through my piece. I just want to make sure that the motion is ready to go on screen.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we have the motions ready, and I just want to confirm that the committee will be going into closed session in order of the items, starting with item 7, then 11, then 13. Can you please confirm that?
I can confirm that. Those are the three remaining items. I will also take note that the speaker for an item which has closed has contacted the clerk's office. So we are already on track to go into closed session. I propose to the committee that we complete that component of the business, and we will come back out of session to complete the items. And I will bring it before the committee if there is a acceptance to reopen that item to allow the speaker to speak. And that would also give a bit of time for the technology to be ironed out. So if everyone's ready, I think we should proceed into the closed session. And so I will go through what I need to go through here. So members and staff, we have three items that require a closed session. We will go into closed session and then resume in public session on each item for which members have requested a closed session, as different staff are required for each closed session. Although this process will take more time, it will mean that some staff will need to reconnect to the meeting. It will ensure that only the relevant staff are present for the closed session on items, similar to how we handled closed sessions during in-person meetings. When the committee has finished considering an item in closed session, the committee will reconvene in public session, and the clerk will email staff who are identified as required participants by the city's senior leadership team or the Auditor General. These required staff will be asked to reconnect to the meeting as soon as possible, as the committee will be considering the item in closed session shortly. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. I will now ask staff to disconnect from the meeting if they're not required for closed session participants in items AU 9.7, the first item we will consider. I will move a motion for the committee to go into closed session on item AU 9.7, which is the outstanding cybersecurity recommendations for the Auditor General Report's Chief Information Security Officer, status Ward All. And I believe that motion has been displayed on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. I'll ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and only to provide access to members and required staff for the closed session portion of the meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members and staff, I would also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. As I noted earlier, the closed session will be restricted to staff who are identified as required participants by the city senior leadership team, or the Auditor General senior leadership team staff can email auditcommittee@toronto.ca if they have additional required participants for the closed session on a certain item. We appreciate your patience as the clerk ensures that only members and required staff are in the closed session.
To the chair, the YouTube live stream is now public. You may proceed when ready. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now back in open session. The committee will now consider publicly the item considered in closed session. So we will go to AU 9.7, Outstanding Cybersecurity Recommendations from Auditor General Reports, Chief Information Security Officer Status. I will ask if there are members wishing to speak to this item. Seeing none, I will just check with the clerk. My apologies. I know there was a sort of a last-minute adjustment to a motion, just based on a small change. If just to confirm that that's ready, I will place that motion and speak briefly.
Mr. Chair, this is Julie. I was just wondering if you could just confirm that amendment to your motion.
It should have arrived via email.
Okay. Let me just check. Okay, we are working on that right now. If you can just give us a minute.
Great. We'll hold. It's a very small change, so I'll hold on.
Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm that we're ready with your motion. I also want to clarify that there's also another motion on this item, just to adopt the recommendations in the supplementary report from the Auditor General. And Mr. Chair, you're currently muted right now.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If I may ask that you display the motion, and I'll speak very briefly. Thank you. There are two that I am placing forward. And the first is to ask the CISO and the city division heads to accelerate the implementation of outstanding cybersecurity recommendations from the Auditor General report and to accelerate compliance with cybersecurity standards. Part two is just to ask the Auditor General to report to the November 2nd, 2021 meeting of the Audit Committee, which is the next meeting, on an update on outstanding cybersecurity recommendations from the Auditor General report. And this is also in conjunction with the motions or the recommendations of the supplemental report that I will move. And I will just say briefly thank you to Madam Auditor General and her team for their work on cybersecurity. Thank you to the work of the CISO and the Chief Technology Officer for their work, recognizing that the Chief Technology Officer has a significant amount of deliverable in this. And finally, to all of the division heads and division managers who are all part of cybersecurity in the city, as they need to secure the services that they deliver to the public and the assets that they look after. I think anyone observing this process, although we go in and out of camera and we don't have completely public discussions on this because of the nature of the subject matter, would notice that the Audit Committee and Council is tenacious on this. We have all sorts of reporting that comes back at several frequencies, including reporting that will go to the General Government and Licensing Committee on progress on cybersecurity, and that we expect will be coming very shortly. But also just follow-up reporting on this. And as noted, there is more than one call in the motions that I've put forward today, including those of the supplemental, that ask for acceleration of the hard work on this. I believe that is in accordance with the desires of this committee and the responsibilities of council to ensure that this work is being done. So I hope you'll support my motions, and I thank everybody for their efforts on this item. With that, I'll ask if there's any other speakers. Seeing none, we will vote on all those in favor on the amendments that I had proposed. That is carried. All those in favor of the supplemental report. That is carried. And all those in favor of the item as amended. Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay. We will go to AU 9.11, which is the Winter Road Maintenance Program. I'll ask for your patience as I go through the required notes that I must read out. But we will also go into closed session. So, members and staff, we have two items that require a closed session. We go into closed session and then resume in public session on each item for which members have requested a closed session, as different staff are required for each closed session. Although this process will take more time and mean that some staff will need to reconnect to the meeting, it will ensure that only relevant staff are present for the closed session on items similar to how we handled closed sessions during in-person meetings. When the committee has finished considering an item in closed session, the committee will reconvene in public session, and the clerk will email staff who were identified as required participants by the city's senior leadership team or the Auditor General. These required staff will be asked to reconnect to the meeting as soon as possible, as the committee will be considering the item in closed session shortly. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. I will now ask staff to disconnect from the meeting, and if they are not required, closed session participants in item AU 9.11, which is Winter Road Maintenance Program Phase 2 Analysis, Deploying Resources. I will move a motion for the committee to go into closed session on item AU 9.11, which is the Winter Road Maintenance Program Phase 2 Analysis, Deploying Resources. I'll ask the clerk to display the motion, which I will read out loud. The Audit Committee recessed its public session and meet in closed session to consider the following items: AU 9.11 Winter Road Maintenance Program Phase 2 Analysis, Deploying Resources, as it relates to criteria that the city should consider applying during negotiations that will be carried out on or on behalf of the City of Toronto, including information regarding the criteria that should be applied when negotiating, preparing contracts. AU 9.11, Audit of Winter Road Maintenance Program, update on contract terms as it relates to advice which is subject to solicitor-client privilege. And AU 9.11b, Auditor General's comments, Division Winter Road Maintenance Program update as it relates to litigation or potential litigation that affects the City of Toronto, and its commenting on the city solicitor's advice regarding the litigation or potential litigation. All of those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. I'll ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to the members of the public and only to provide access to members and required staff for the closed session portion of the meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members and staff, I would also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. As I noted earlier, the closed session will be restricted to staff who are identified as required participants by the City Senior Leadership Team or the Auditor General. Senior Leadership Team can email Audit Committee if they have additional required participants for the closed session on a certain item. We appreciate your patience as the clerk ensures that only members and staff, required staff, are in the closed session. members, I'll just let you know that I will ask you in the public session if you'd like to go through lunch to get this finished.
To the chair, the meeting has been unlocked. The YouTube live stream will begin. You may begin when ready. Has begun, I should say, and you may begin when ready. Thank you.
We are now back in open session. The committee will now consider publicly the item considered in closed session. So we are at AU 9.11, Winter Road Maintenance Program, Phase 2 Analysis, Deploying Resources. I'll ask if there are any members wishing to speak on this item. Seeing none, I'll ask if there's any members wishing to move the motions which are contained in the recommendations. Councillor Ford moves the recommendations. Madam Clerk, if you can just clarify if Councillor Ford needs to move each of 11, 11A, and
yes, Mr. Chair. So I can confirm, and I'll get my colleague Margaret, if you can just give us a minute. There's actually 3 additional motions. One is for the confidential attachment on 11A, one is for the confidential attachment on 11B, and one is for the closed session presentation from the Auditor General and the Assistant Auditor General on item 9.11. So we have all those motions ready for you. If you'll just give us a minute, and then we can start showing them, and then at least everyone will know what they're voting on.
Thank you very much. And I think Councillor Ford consents that he'll be moving all of those. Very good.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm that we're ready with those motions. So I'll just ask my colleague Margaret to start with motion number 1.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Ford is moving the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried.
And now, Mr. Chair, we'll be showing motion number 2, and I'll just ask my colleague Margaret to show that on the screen.
Motion number 2 is on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried.
And then there is one final motion, motion number 3.
Motion number 3 is on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Now, if I just get some clarity from the clerk, AU 911 has recommendations from the Auditor General. Are we moving the item as amended? I think there's motions number 1, 2, 3, or recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair. So that would be adopting the item as amended.
So adopting the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Members, we're at a crossroads. We do have remaining business. It is the time for the lunch hour. I just canvassed the members if there's a desire to work through this and get this complete. I'm confident we can do that. A motion from Councillor Ford to continue through. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Excellent. So we'll go to the next item.
So, Mr. Chairman, sorry, it's Councillor Nunziata, so I have to leave. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. You just bear with me to get all the points organized. Okay. I will also ask in this particular item, just as a reminder, once we're complete this, we will bring a consideration to reopen an item back before the committee. But there is an item with confidential material and a request to have closed session questions. And so, members, we have one item that requires a closed session. We will go into closed session and then we'll resume in public session on the item for which members have requested a closed session, as different staff are required for each closed session. Although this process will take more time and will mean that some staff will need to reconnect to the meeting, it will ensure that only the relevant staff are present for the closed session on items, similar to how we handled closed sessions during in-person meetings. When the committee has finished considering an item in closed session, the committee will reconvene in public session and the clerk will email staff who are identified as required participants by the city's senior leadership team or the Auditor General. These required staff will be asked to reconnect to the meeting as soon as possible, as the committee will be considering the item in closed session shortly. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. I will now ask staff to disconnect from the meeting if they are not required closed session participants on item AU 9.13. The item that we will be considering. I will move a motion for the committee to go into closed session on item AU 9.13. I will ask the clerk to display the motion, which I will read aloud. That the Audit Committee recesses public session to meet in closed session to consider this item as it relates to commercial information supplied in confidence to the City of Toronto, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice the competitive position or interfere with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons, or organization. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item is carried. I will ask the city clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and required staff in the closed session of the portion of the meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members and staff, I would also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. As I noted earlier, the closed session will be restricted to staff who are identified as required participants of the city's senior leadership team or the Auditor General. Senior leadership team staff can email the Audit Committee if they have additional required participants for the closed session on a certain item. We appreciate your patience as the clerk ensures that only members and required staff are in the closed session.
To the chair, the WebEx session has been unlocked and the YouTube live stream is public. You may begin when ready. Thank you.
Consider publicly the item considered in closed session. However, members, it will take a few minutes just to get the administrative aspects of resuming that item in order, and I propose to adjust our meeting order and consider reopening a previous item. Members, you may recall that we did have a registered speaker for AU 9.15, investigation into allegations of reprisal, insufficient evidence to support reprisal. When the matter came up, we were unable to locate the speaker. The committee processed that item. However, the speaker has been located and has been in touch with clerks. And I would propose to the committee as a courtesy to the speaker that we reopen that item and allow the speaker to depute to the committee. With that in mind, I would ask for your support on a motion to reopen that item. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. You just be patient with me, committee. Okay, on AU 9.15, investigation into allegations of reprisal, insufficient evidence to support reprisal, we do have a registrar. That is Randy Simpson. Mr. Simpson, are you with us on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Simpson. You have 5 minutes before the committee. Please proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. COVID has been a challenging time, particularly where the investigation process was concerned, with only phone or WebEx and no face-to-face meetings. I found this whole process to be flawed right from the start. As stated in the report to the committee, this investigation was the responsibility of the auditor's office in coordination with the city manager's office. At the beginning of this investigation, I brought forward my concerns with having the city manager's office involved in any of the investigation, as I felt that the deputy city manager had prior knowledge of my impending dismissal without cause and was therefore involved in the continued reprisal. Municipal Code 192-51 speaks to the need for a third-party investigator to investigate allegations where senior management are involved. During the investigation, the auditor's office stated one possible reason for my dismissal was the fire life safety and my cancellation of work orders to our emergency lighting vendor, a vendor who was issued a DPO to provide services to our operations unit, a vendor who continued to bill the city for work without providing proper documentation, one where I refused to pay, and one where I continued to ask for guidance from senior management without having any return response. In the end, I issued a new call for quotes with the approval of my manager. Once the new contract was in place, I informed the vendor their services were no longer needed. This was a vendor who was subsequently disqualified from bidding on fire life safety contracts for a term of 5 years. The thought that I left any buildings exposed could only have come from the general manager or the deputy city manager in charge of corporate services, which includes facilities management. During our last WebEx, the auditor asked where I thought the conflict of interest was between the now retired director and having his sons employed with our vendors. 192-11 states the following in the policy statement. The city and the agency employees are expected to conduct themselves with personal integrity, ethics, honesty, and diligence in performing their duties. City and agency employees are required to support and advance the interests of the city or agency and avoid placing themselves in situations where the private interests may be in conflict with or be perceived to be in conflict with the interest of the city or the agency. Aside from the fact that back in 1999, the director worked closely with sister to the owner of the plumbing contractor during their time at Disco Yard, a period before he was promoted up the ranks of facilities management to go on and retire as director. The very fact that this director instructed me not to check the online database at the Ontario College of Trades to see who was registered as an apprentice or a journeyman during my last performance planner meeting held at Disco Yard in late April. This meeting was witnessed by the acting manager at the time. Having the director instruct me on billing matters with our contracted vendors was a direct violation of the conflict rules, perceived or otherwise. His kids worked with these vendors. And coincidentally, Audit Committee item AU 9.14, this item appears to have a large portion come directly out of my conversations with the auditor. It is for this reason that I came forward today to provide the committee with this information highlighting my concerns that I brought forward to management and the auditor. The auditor states that dismissal is the highest form of reprisal, and it is this reason I asked the committee to not adopt this item, but to send it back to the auditor to have a third-party investigation as required by Toronto Public Service Bylaw 192-51. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the speaker? Mr. Simpson, then I will ask you just a couple of brief questions just to make sure that I'm very clear on what you've told us today. Yes. I wanted to be clear. Have you provided all the information that you have in your possession of concern? And I'll set aside management, but I will say to the Auditor General, you've provided that in appropriate documentation that the Auditor General's office can use it with.
I have provided as much as, we've gone through in our WebEx, our limited WebEx meetings. I had one meeting with the auditor in person, in WebEx with the auditor herself, which consisted of just over 2 hours. I spent more than 2 weeks with the investigators speaking about billing issues related to matters that were in the previous item.
Okay, so you are confident that the information that you needed to get to the auditor is in their possession?
For the most part, yes. I have always contended that, given the fact that the director, only two people above that director were the general manager of facilities management and the deputy city manager in charge of corporate services. Those are they were the three key people who knew of my impending dismissal without cause. And it was because of those three that I came forward and I asked the auditor right from the get-go that this should have been held as an independent third-party review and not conducted in coordination with the auditor's office, or with the city manager's office.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I had no further questions, and I'll just check one more time if members of the committee had any questions. No, thank you. Thank you for speaking us today, Mr. Simpson. I will go to the members of committee and ask if there are questions of staff. Okay. Seeing none, I will ask the auditor briefly, and hopefully my sound is continuing to work here on my earpiece. Madam Auditor, I just wanted you to, if you could provide any comment, and in particular, just to make sure that you've received the information that was required from Mr. Simpson, he said that he's brought forward a significant amount of information and that you've received that and you've dealt with that. And also just about if you could advise the committee on the concerns raised by Mr. Simpson about the use of a third-party investigator and how that works with respect to the process that we have as the city to deal with these types of concerns.
Mr. Simpson, for service to the city. In relation to the information, we have received it all. I spent a number of hours with Mr. Simpson, as indicated. My staff spent quite a number of hours reviewing pouring over all the documentation and doing inquiries. So thank you for that. Around the third parties, I'm required by the Toronto Public Service Bylaw, Chapter 192, to consult the city manager's office, and I do that to let them know I'm undertaking an investigation and I will be questioning their people. But I don't coordinate, meaning we're not doing this together. We coordinate from the perspective that I'm conducting an investigation. I'm going to be questioning your people. This is underway so that they understand that I'm conducting work. The City of Toronto Act requires me to look at matters related to value for money and also safeguarding of assets, and this relates to both of those also. In relation to the people brought up today, the deputy city manager and the general manager of involved with making allegations or bringing up something related to fire life safety. So that is completely not true. But we have conducted our work independently. I'm independent of the city. There are issues. Mr. Simpson did bring up some issues, and we conducted our own samples and verified those issues. There is conflicts of interest that might not have been handled properly, but those did not result from the evidence we found in retaliation. So I stand by the report.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, are there any members wishing to speak?
Just a very general question of the Auditor General. Nothing, not related to this case specifically, but how difficult is it to put together in any case, to put together the two halves and to find that somebody was terminated as a reprisal? It seems to me that it would be something that would be extremely difficult to establish.
It is difficult, but we have identified, and we're working on a matter where there is with some information that I had concerns about, and I would reach out at that point in time to make sure that management was aware so that they could do anything that they needed to do, make sure they're aware that if something was going on. So, it is difficult, but it's not certainly not impossible. And in this case, I feel confident in the information that we have found. And we're talking about reviewing an extensive amount of information, that there is insufficient evidence to conclude that this is why the termination happened. So I'm comfortable with that conclusion.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions or members wishing to speak? All right, seeing none. I will just briefly say thank you to Mr. Simpson for coming today and for speaking to us. This may be one that I'll have to replay the tape to go back and listen to all the pieces of the speaking because there's a lot in there. But I do appreciate the answers to the questions provided by the Auditor General with respect to the process. With that, I guess I'll simply move the recommendations of the report and take note of all that I've heard today. Thank you. So on that, all members voting in favor of the recommendations before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we do have one remaining item. Just ask for your patience while I sift through the various screens and pieces of paper here to manage that. And that is AU 9.13. Members, you recall that we did go into closed session on that, and we reworded slightly to deal with the speaker. But we'll go back to AU 9.13. Are there any members wishing to speak? I believe there is a motion in the works for this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have seen the motion, and I'm prepared to move that if that is helpful.
Okay, I'll just check with the clerk. Are we okay to get that up onto the screen? Excellent. Please go ahead, Councillor Fillion. If you want to make any comments, please do so.
I don't think so at this point. I think this for additional information will be helpful in forming any comments I might have at council.
Thank you very much. Any other members wishing to speak? Seeing none. On the amendment by Councillor Fillion, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Now I'll just turn to Madam Clerk just to make sure that the various pieces of that item have been dealt with accordingly in that voting sequence. And if that is okay, that would bring our items to a conclusion today.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair. That's all been dealt with on item AU 9.13.
Well, excellent. I just wanted to say on behalf of the committee, thank you to the clerk staff, to Julie and the home that I've spoken to today, and I think Margaret's on the call, to all of the support team, to the Madam Auditor General and her team, all of the staff and presenters today. Thank you very much for your support through this meeting, and to the committee. And with that, motion to adjourn by Councillor Ford. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you.